Hi. You know, we don't charge extra for seats if you want to come in and sit down. Take a load off. Have you guys been here before? A long time ago. Okay. So, oh my God, that's a long time ago. So today we're working with our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul, the woman in the black T-shirt, at the center of the workshop. So everything we're making is her design, but um, she's not a glass blower. So she works mostly in ceramics, and you can see some of her ceramics here. Um, so we often invite people from outside of the glass world to come and work in our studio, and we have a crack team of resident glass blowers who will make whatever they design. And that's what's going on today. So uh, Ms. Dzul is of uh, Mayan and Scottish and German heritage. And so she was born in Mexico and has been living in the United States for quite a while. And she's now living here in Tacoma, and she's our guest artist this week. So a lot of her artwork is related to her Mayan heritage. You can see in the masks that kind of style. So we're making some vessels for her. The drawing is up on the metal wall there, metal shield. Do we have it in the switcher yet, the drawing? See if we, oh, maybe not yet. Okay. So in the center, the man sitting at the workbench is Gabe Feenan. He's squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a narrow section right at just beyond the end of the pipe. So you notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as the man sitting at the bench shapes it. So right now he's blowing compressed air on the glass. When we want to stiffen a part of the glass, we blow air on it. When we want to soften part of the glass, we blow fire on it. The hotter the glass is, the softer it is. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. The longer he keeps it in that oven, the softer the glass will be. As it gets softer, you can see he has to turn it faster and faster to keep it on center. We're going to make a kind of a low, wide, shallow shape. So when he holds it up in the air like that, the form gets shorter and wider. He's flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. So the bottom of this vessel is the part sticking out. The opening is the part that's still attached to the metal pipe. Each time we heat it up in the glory hole, the round oven, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul, woman in the black t-shirt with the ponytail. She's mostly a ceramic artist, but we've invited her here to work in our studio with our resident team of glassblowers, and they're making these vessels of her design. Could we put up the drawing? Okay. Oh, it's at a weird angle. Oh, that's with the camera. I see. That's not the photo. Okay, so there, that's what we're making. We're making the bottom part, the vessel part. We'll make the lid and the finial with the animal later on. The paddles that they're flattening the bottom with are made out of wood, usually some kind of fruit wood, apple, pear, cherry. The fruit woods are dense, so they burn slowly, and they don't have much resin, so they don't smoke. Here in Washington State, we make a lot of our wooden tools out of cherry. Ms. Dzul is going to have an exhibition in October at the Fry Art Museum in Seattle. So a lot of this work that we're making this week will be in that exhibition. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, throw them into our big furnace, cook them overnight, and all those things fuse together and make glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So we have two glass furnaces, one on each side of the studio. Those are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, we have a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each of those is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about as hot as the hottest volcano. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So when we dip our pipes into the molten glass, it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So we have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the glory hole, we heat it up more generally. When we need the heat just exactly where we want it, we use the torches. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Good, good, good. Enjoy it. So you notice that one of the uh, glass blowers is plugged up the end of the pipe. It's called capping. And if you close off the end of the pipe, it produces the heat of the glass expands the air a little bit and produces a little back pressure so that when we shape the bubble doesn't collapse because there's a little extra pressure pushing it out. The next part of this process will be to transfer the vessel from the rod that it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, Punty. The punty will hold the vessel from the bottom while we shape the top. Ben, on the right, tall guy, is preparing the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass. And we'll use that as a temporary handle to hold the vessel from the bottom while we shape the top. So Ben is taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler When these metal pipes get hot, we spray water on them. We lay them in that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So here comes Ben with the punty. We'll attach it to the bottom of the vessel. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. And that will hold it temporarily while we work on the opposite side. Once they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip water where we want the glass to break and give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. So here we go. We're dripping the water where we want it to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the vessel is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Can we put up some of Ms. Dzul's artwork up on the big screen? So these are some pieces by our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul. She works a lot in ceramics. She does not traditionally work in glass. This is kind of a new thing for her. So everything we're making today is our design, but the actual fabrication of the glass is done by our resident team of glass blowers. Some of these vessels that we're making today will be used in performances, art performances. And she's going to have an exhibition at the Fry Art Museum in Seattle, Washington. That'll be in October. Ms. Dzul is of Mayan and Scottish and German heritage, and her Mayan heritage influences a lot of the things that she makes. Anybody have any questions? Flattening the bottom, and then the other board is to shield the glass blower's hand from the heat. We're going to open up the hole at the top a little bit. And I think Sarah's going to come over with what we call a lip wrap. It's going to be a decorative stripe around the edge of the vessel. So brings the glass to Gabe, and Gabe winds on our stripe, our lip wrap. We put the drawing up again. So this is a drawing by our guest artist. And that's what we're working on. We're working on the vessel part of it. We'll make the lid at another time. We have two basic kinds of furnaces. We have our glass furnaces and our glory holes. Oh, sure.
Yeah? Do you want to let them know?
Why don't you tell them about it?
No, it's okay. I'm just going to go ahead and blow it.
Okay. There you go. So that is a mask which contains a traditional whistle, which acts as a warning of bad things to come. When you hear that sound, duck. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to blow a little air into the front end of that vessel. Gabe, in the black and white hat, is holding a tool called the soffietta. It's got a little metal cone on the end. We'll insert the cone into the opening and blow through the central tube. So here he goes with the soffietta. And you can see the sort of top half of that vessel inflate. So can we put up the glory hole diagram? So the ovens with the round opening and the doors open, those are called glory holes. You can see a diagram up on the big screen. They have no glass in them. They run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The other type of furnace is called the glass furnace. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? The glass furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. Those contain the tanks of molten glass. You can see what they look like inside up on the big screen. Each one of them holds 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the furnaces at approximately 2,100 degrees, which is 1150 Celsius, and they stay on 24/7. The glory holes are only on during the working day. Both run on natural gas. Does anybody have any questions? Um, no, I mean, it's just experience. We want to shape the glass when it's really hot and soft. We don't want it to be stiff and have to force it. So when it's no longer easy to shape, we go back and heat it up again. Yeah. So Gabe in the hat is the main guy here on this team. He's what we would call the gaffer, Gaffer. Everybody else is assisting Gabe. Now Gabe has a tool in his hand called the jacks, those big metal tongs. He heated them up and then rubbed them against a block of beeswax, and the wax will lubricate them. So he's leaning against the side of that form. Make it nice and straight. Every once in a while, we'll take a torch and we'll heat up the connection between the vessel and the metal rod. That glass that's wrapped around the end of the metal rod, that's very fragile. As long as it stays warm, everything's cool. If it's allowed to get too cold, it'll crack and everything will fall on the floor. He's pressing against the inside of that form to widen the opening. Get a little more of a waist in that profile. Our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul, will be using these vessels in an exhibition at the Fry Art Museum in Seattle, opening in this coming October. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If you see one of the glass blowers, Sarah has put on some protective clothing. The gloves she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that vessel, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It'll no longer change shape. And we'll put it in our annealing oven to be cooled slowly overnight. Once again, to get that vessel off the metal rod, we'll use water. Take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break, in the joint between the metal rod and the vessel itself. Give the pipe a tap, and off it will come. Here we go. Drip a little water on that joint. The water will crack the joint. Just a little tap will release it. So that'll be ready probably the middle of tomorrow morning. Anybody have any questions? Um, the folks that are working today are all part of our core team. And we have our visiting artist here, there. And so these are all her designs, and we're making them for her. But Gabe and Sarah and Ben are all our regular glass blowers. Oh yeah, Ben and Gabe have been working together for I think 22 years, 23 years. Sarah is probably working with our team for maybe 17 years. They can all do any of the jobs. Some of them are a little better at one thing than the other. Some of them are better goblet makers. Some of them are better sculptors. But they're all extremely talented glass blowers.
No, okay.
So Sarah over on the right, is starting the bubble for the next vessel. She's dipped her pipe into our big tank of molten glass. She'll shape the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water as long as the wood is wet. The tool doesn't burn, doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Now she's inspecting it for bubbles or any debris or anything she doesn't want. At this point, when the glass is thick and gooey, if we see something in there we don't want, we can yank it out, snip it off, and then round the mass out again. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Say what? No, no exploding. The tool that you use it to shape it, we use it empty. We want just the wood itself to be wet, but we don't scoop up any water in it. It's empty. So Sarah on the bench on the far right. So Sarah's just dipped her bubble into our big tank of molten glass and coated it with another layer of hot molten glass. She'll shape that with the block, that scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. The glass that she's working with is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When that glass cools off, the orange will disappear, and it'll be clear again. Can we put up the drawing? So that's the drawing that we're working from. Each time we dip the bubble into our big tank of molten glass, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So if we want to use a lot of glass, we have to build it up in layers. So we dip it in, we shape it up, we let it cool and stiffen a bit, and then we'll go get more glass over that. Sort of matching like jars with lids and stuff like that. We make the jar on one day, and then we make the lid on another day, so that we can so the thing is out and we can match. Make sure it fits. Check if it fits. That one. So now Sarah's going to hand it over to Gabe Feenan. Gabe has been here working with the museum since we started in 2002. He's going to shape that mass using a block. If he sees anything in the glass that he doesn't want, a bubble, a piece of debris or something, at this point, we can yank it out and snip it off, and then we'll round that mass out again. So when he's picking at that bubble, there's bubbles we don't want, or maybe a little bit of the furnace. We'll just snip it off. And then we'll heat that mass up again and round it out and make it smooth again. Hi, do you guys have any questions? Our guest artist, Ms. Dzul, has exhibited her work all over the world, all over the United States and internationally. She has a MFA from State University of New York at New Paltz. She's currently living and working here in Tacoma. She was born in the Yucatan in Mexico. And she's of Mayan and Scottish and German heritage. And a lot of the style of her artwork is related to her Mayan heritage. You can see some of her ceramics, the masks and stuff. You know, that's based on tradition. Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven with the open door. She's going to get it nice and hot and soft and bring it to Gabe sitting at the workbench to shape. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So the glory holes are brick barrels with a gas burner in the side. There's no glass in the glory holes. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The molten glass is in the glass furnaces. We put up the glass furnace diagram. We put up the glass furnace diagram. There. So those are the machines where you see the doors closed. Each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at approximately 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. Sarah's heating up the glass to make it nice and going to bring it to Gabe sitting at the workbench. The longer she stays in the glory hole, the hotter and softer the glass will be. So Ben, the man seated to the left of the workbench, He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper, regular everyday newspaper. It's folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. He's got a brand new one, so it's going to smoke a bit. But that's probably one of our most important tools, is this just pad of wet newspaper. We get the glass, we get it in a form called batch. Batch is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients, all proportioned. We throw it into the furnace. At that point, it's not glass at all. And we throw it into the furnace, cook it overnight. All the chemicals melt together and make glass.
So you don't add to it. You wait till that's down and you make a new batch, or you add to it overnight?
No, we have two furnaces, so we work one furnace till it's about, I don't know, maybe 4/5 empty, and then we switch to the full furnace, and then we cook in the empty one. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. I don't know. We buy this commercial glass with a proprietary formula. I don't know what it is. Up on the balcony? About an hour and a half. An hour and a half plus 50 years.
Right. I mean, the actual piece itself.
Yes. Probably about an hour and a half. Those are by Lino Tagliapietra, the world's greatest glass blower. He started when he was 11. He retired at 88. He's now he's going to be 90, I think, in August. And he used to come here periodically. Way after, when he retired, he went back to Italy. He's going to stay there, for the rest of his life. But he would work here in the Northwest maybe a third of the year. And he's generally considered the greatest glass blower in the world. A combination of his artistic abilities, the breadth of his knowledge about history, chemistry, and his just, fantastic manual skills. When he holds the glass up in the air like that, it makes the shape shorter and wider. All the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. We buy the colored glass commercially. We have a little video. We can show you how we do that. This is called Color Bar. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color our glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. The next part of this process is to transfer the vessel from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, is preparing the punty. He'll bring it to Gabe. Gabe will attach it to the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So right now, the bottom of the vessel is facing outward. The open part is still attached to the pipe. For those who came in a little later, can we put up the drawing again? Can we put up the drawing? That's the drawing we're working from. We're making the vessel part of that. We'll make the lid at another time. Does anybody have any questions? Scared 'em away. Sets or anything. Each one's individual. We eyeball it and then we set a pair of calipers to the right size and we just tweak it till it's the same as the caliper. Important with these because we're not selling matching sets. Green in the middle, yeah, green in the middle. Nope. I've never seen it. They're busy right now. Yeah, yeah. Nope. Nope. Instead of morning we do the glass, they identify things. What's your idea? So when we break the glass off the metal pipe, sometimes the little chips from where we broke it off get inside the vessel. And so when they turn it upside down, they tap it. They're trying to get those little chips out. If we get them out now, they won't be stuck there. If we leave them in when we get the glass hot again, then they'll be stuck there forever. So these vessels that we're making are for our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul. She's going to be having an exhibition at the Fry Art Museum in October. And these things that we're making will be part of that exhibition. Can we put up the drawing again? So this is the drawing that we're working from. We're making the vessel part of it. We'll make the lid at another time. And that's what we're making right now. So we're going to add a little decorative stripe to the rim of this vessel. This decorative stripe is called a lip wrap, Lipwrap. Sarah's preparing the glass for the lip wrap. Sarah over on the right in the black shirt. She's going to bring the glass to Gabe in the center, and Gabe's going to wind on a little stripe right on the rim of the vessel. Gabe's going to widen the opening a little bit with the tool called the jacks. Sarah's going to come over with a contrasting colored glass. And we're going to wind on this little stripe called a lip wrap. Our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul, is an interdisciplinary artist from Merida, Yucatan. She was raised in Tacoma. Her work documents the impacts of capitalism on ecosystems, gender structures, labor, and the erasure of traditional plant knowledge. Her installations begin with oral stories by the Maya elders, which reveal common themes reflecting Western dichotomies of good versus evil. Her inspiration comes from her passion and commitment to the presentation and representation of her indigenous heritage. Mr. Dzul is not a glass blower. We often invite people from outside the glass world to come and work in our shop. When they're not glass blowers themselves, they come up with designs, and our resin team of glass blowers makes their designs. So that's what's happening today. All the things we're making are designed by Priscilla and executed by our team of glass blowers. So we're holding a tool called the parchophy against the outside. It's very similar to the jacks. The difference is it has wooden blades versus steel blades. They're less likely to mark the glass. And we generally use them. Working with glass is like working on a lathe. The work spins, and we hold the tools against it as it spins. So we're almost done with this vessel. The reason I know that is I look to your right, and I see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. That's Sarah Gilbert, and she's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Almost everything that we make. So that mask that she's wearing is a mask that she made herself, and it has a sort of whistle built into it, and it's used to give folks a warning of doom to come, whether it be war or natural disasters. So those masks are all things that Priscilla made herself. Get it glass off. We'll take it over to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Priscilla Dobler Dzul and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. just came in, we have a guest artist today, Priscilla Dobler Dzul, and she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make her designs. Priscilla was born in Mexico, in Merida, in the Yucatan Peninsula, and she's of Mayan and Scottish-German descent, and a lot of her work is influenced by the traditions of her Mayan culture. She's done a lot of work in ceramics. You can see the masks that are on the table and over on that steel table with the blanket. These were all made by our guest artist. Can we put up the drawing again? We're making that same drawing. So this is the vessel that we're making for her right now. We'll make the vessel part right now, and then we'll make the lid on another day. So over on the right, Sarah has started the bubble for this vessel. Sarah's the woman in the black shirt and shorts on the workbench on the far right. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, good, good. You guys have any questions? Okay. We put the drawing up again? So we're making the vessel part. We'll make the lid on another day. Over on the right, Sarah shaping the glass. The tool in her hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Sarah's going to blow it up a little bit. We're going to let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to coat it with more molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble into our big furnace, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So if we want to have a lot of glass, we have to build it up in layers. Sarah's taken her pipe over to the pipe cooler, that T-shaped trough. If the pipes become hot and hard to hold, we lay them in the trough, we spray water on the metal. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Sarah's going over to the furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. Sarah will take it back to the workbench, and she'll start to shape it using the block. So Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen. And we're going to coat it with yet another layer of hot molten glass. Ben, on the far right, in the gray shirt, is making what's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use that to hold the vessel from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll be using that a little later on. Sarah's gone over to our furnace. She's coated her bubble with yet another layer of hot molten glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So sometimes when we're describing how much glass we're going to use, we say it's 1 gather, 2 gathers. Means dipping it in the furnace once, twice, or 3 times. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. It's a little louder. Why does the cup have to be wood? Oh, the wooden tools allow us to shape the glass without sucking out all the heat. It allows it to stay hot. The metal tools suck the heat more and it stiffens quicker. So the wooden tools, it's not, it's shaping it, but it's not taking the heat away. So we can go right to blowing it because it stays hot and soft. No? No, it's hot and soft now, so it's not brittle like it is in your house. So the man seated to the left of the workbench, that's Ben Cobb, he's the guy that's blowing. He blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Gabe, the man with the hat, shapes it. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So, So now Gabe has got a tool in his hand called the jacks. He's going to squeeze the glass, make a narrow part near the top. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. He's going to make a sharp crease just beyond the end of the metal pipe. That crease will be the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're finished shaping. The tool called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. Gabe is blowing a little air in the tip of that bubble. That'll cool and stiffen the tip. And when we blow, we'll inflate it. And that tip, which has cooled off a little bit, will not expand as much. we hold it up in the air like that. It makes the shape shorter and wider. Our guest artist wants a very shallow, um, wide shape for her vessel. And this is how we get it. Can we put up the drawing again? So this is the drawing that we're working from. We're making the bottom part, the vessel part. We'll make the lid at another time. We don't let it wide open. And it's also glass loaded. Because when you get the doors wide open, whoa.
I noticed that they had
It's like three sets of doors, and each one has a wider, as you open it up, there's a wider opening.
okay.
We try to keep it as close as possible. Sometimes we'll go in there, we'll open it up to get the piece in, close the doors behind it.
Okay.
Contain the heat and also to keep the heat off the glass doors.
Thank you.
So if you just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul. She's the woman with the black sweatshirt, black t-shirt, black pants, and the ponytail. She's working with our resident team of glass blowers, and they're making her designs. Can we put the drawing up on the big screen? So this is the vessel that we're making for her. We're making the bottom part, the vessel part. We'll make the lid at another time. put the drawing up again? Did you see the drawing? Yeah, they're making the bottom part. We'll make the lid with the dragon head later on. Yes, yes, we call it annealing, and we put it in one of these big black ovens. It has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight, and that relieves all the stress. That's one of the masks that our guest artist has made. It's got a built-in, she calls it a whistle, I don't know. It's a, it makes a big, scary warning sound. So when you hear that, run. Can we put up some of the artwork of our guest artist? So a lot were Dzul works in many a variety of materials. One of her main materials that she works in is ceramics. You can see the vessels that she made. Some of these vessels she uses in performances. You can see the mask that she was blowing into, the terracotta one and the black one. Those are things that she made herself. She's of Mayan and Scottish-German ancestry, and a lot of their work is influenced by her Mayan heritage. She was born in Mexico, in Yucatan, and she grew up in Tacoma, and now she's living and working here in Tacoma. She's exhibited her work all over the world, and this week she's here with us as our guest artist. She's not a glassmaker. We have artists from other disciplines come and work. They come up with designs, and our team, resident team of glassblowers, makes their designs. So the next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Ben, in the gray shirt, on the right, he's got the punty. He's going to bring it to Gabe. Gabe's going to stick it on the bottom, and then we'll break the glass off of Gabe's pipe. So then the vessel will be held from the bottom. The top will be exposed. The top can then be heated and shaped. Gabe's going to make a little notch in the punty so we have a place where we can break it off cleanly. When you feel that that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll take our tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break. The water will crack the joint, and then just a sharp tap on the pipe will release it. Here we go. There's the water. There's the tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. woman who's got her back to us with the ponytail. What? With no, the way with the ponytail. Yes. Yeah. She's well, originally she was born in Mexico, but she grew up in Tacoma. Usually, I identify people by the color of their clothing, but everybody seems to be wearing black today. So, sometimes when we break the glass away from the original pipe, some little chips of glass fall into the vessel, and that's what they're doing, tapping it. They're trying to get the little chips out. We want to get it out before we get the glass really hot again, because once it gets hot again, then the chips will stick, and we'll never get them out. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids 12 and under. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. We put up some of the kids' designed stills. We can show you a few photos of some of the things that we made from the kids' drawings. So if you win, we'll make 2 of your design. One we'll keep here at the museum, and one you get to take home. If you win, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make these right in front of you. That has porcupine quills.
Are those actual?
Those are actual porcupine.
Okay, and she puts them into the porcelain or the
Yeah, I mean after it's.
after it's hard. So you got to make the holes before it hardens, and then.
No. You can't put it in the kiln with the porcupine quills because they'll burn.
So they do all that first.
They do it after it's all fired. Here comes Sarah with a contrasting colored glass. And we're going to wind on a little stripe right on the rim of the vessel. We call this a lip wrap. So Ben is heating up the glass in the glory hole. That's what we call the round furnaces with the doors open. There's no glass in those. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Anybody have any questions? The big round oven with the door open is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius is 1250.
Are any of her techniques learned from the Yucatan, or are they ones she learned from normal, like local art?
I don't know. Let's get her over here. Find out. Priscilla? Priscilla? I don't know. A guy in the audience has a question for you. So we're just about done with this vessel. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the vessel off the metal rod. We'll place it in an electric oven called the annealer. And it has a computerized thermostat that will slowly turn the temperature down overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Yeah.
How do they make like more intricate designs, like the head of the lid for this? How would they make that?
Sculpt it. We just put a blob of solid glass on there, and we can take the tools and stretch it and poke it. And it's like making something out of clay, except you can't use your hands. You have to do everything with tools if it's too hot to touch. we play our kids design glass video? You play the new one.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So Gabe is making some rings, and the next design that we're going to do is going to have the handles, and the handles are going to have little loose rings on them. And so he's making some of those rings. So he stretches it out, long skinny rod, doubles it over, crimps it with the diamond shears. We'll knock the rings off onto a metal plate, and we'll put them in this oven over here called the garage. That'll keep them warm until we're ready to use them. So to color these rings, we're using frit. Can we put up the frit photo? So we buy this crushed commercial colored glass. It's called frit, F-R-I-T. We can buy it in almost 200 colors. We take the clear glass from the furnace. We roll it in the frit. The frit sticks to the surface. We put it back in the fire, and the frit melts and forms a candy coating of color like an M&M. So to make these rings, we're using clear glass from our big furnace, and we're rolling it in the frit and melting the frit on. So the color in this is only on the surface. We're stretching the glass out. We're going to drape it around that pipe. Make a little ring. Squeeze it with the shears. So we're going to transfer the ring from the rod it was originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the opposite side so we can clean up the part where we've crimped it. So that's just temporarily there while we work on the opposite side. Over on the right, Ben is making more rings. We stretch the glass out till it's narrow and even. We drape it around the pipe. Give it a squeeze it together with the shears. If the steel pipes get hot, we take them over to this trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal rod. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. So now we have the center bench and the far right bench, and they're both making these rings. We're going to use them. We're going to use them as loose rings on handles on another vessel that we're making later on today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Do you have any questions?
Not yet. I'm enjoying watching though.
Good. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Oh, no, that's okay. No, just enjoy it. So we're going to transfer the ring from the rod it's first formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. Ben standing up in the gray shirt has the punty. We'll stick it on the bottom and break it off the original pipe. So now we can clean up the area where we crimped it. we're closing in on lunch. So I think we'll just make rings till it's 1 o'clock and it's time for lunch. So we're making rings on both benches, the one on the far right and in the center. As we finish the rings, we'll place them in the silver oven with the curved side. It's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The things that we're making this week with our guest artist, Priscilla Dobler Dzul, are going to be in her exhibition in Seattle at the Fry Art Museum starting in October of this year. We drape it around the pipe, crimp it with the shears, and that gives us our ring shape.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. I'm right down here. You're looking for me. I'm right here. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for today. So if you have any questions while we're kind of hanging out and watching the glass blowers, I'm here to answer them. I'm here to kind of also walk you through the process and a little bit of a sneak peek into the world of glass blowing. We actually have a visiting artist with us today. If you haven't seen like the slides of her previous artwork and her also like her little bio, Priscilla is here, and so she's going to be working with our hot shop staff, so our Museum of Glass blowers, to make her creative visions kind of come to life in the world of glass. So they are working on some stuff now. You can see we're doing a lot of sculpting at the moment. So we're using solid glass. We are not blowing into the glass right now. And we're just sculpting the solid glass. You can see we're using some tools to actually get rings and full circles with the glass. But yeah, so I'll be here to kind of chat with you guys, let you know what's happening. And again, if you have any questions, just let me know. All right, so I just want to kind of direct everybody's attention. We actually have a drawn image from our visiting artist up on this kind of side wall next to the what we call the glory hole. This is the reheating chamber for the glass. So you can see this image here of a bowl, and it has these ring handles on the side. So that's what they're making first. We're kind of preparing the handles to be ready for once the bowl has been created. The way that we're able to do this is from what we call the garage. So this silver box over here is what we call our garage. I like to call it like the waiting room for the glass. We can put things in here that we're going to be using a little bit later on. So if we have something that's composed of many smaller parts, we're actually able to make it in advance, store it in here, and it keeps it at a very safe temperature for the glass. It's at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the in-between where it's not too hot that it's going to take on a new shape, but it's not too cold that it's going to start to crack. So we're able to put them in here and let them hang out while we then start to make that bowl. Once we have the bowl made, you'll actually see them come in and grab those pieces so we can attach them on. So we're kind of doing like the prep work. We're doing the stuff that we need to have done for it to then be added on later. So we're using this metal cylinder over here to actually get that ring shape for the actual handles of the bowl. And then everything will be stored. And pretty soon here we'll be starting on the actual bowl. one of the cool things about having visiting artists here at the museum is that you don't have to be a glass artist to get a residency here. You don't have to have that experience in glass. Oftentimes we have a lot of artists that, you know, do sculpting or painting or collages of some sort, and they submit, you know, a application to us to bring some of their, you know, artistic designs into glass. So part of the fun is that we kind of look at their designs that would maybe be done with a different medium, and we try to figure out a way that it can then be created with glass. Yeah, so it's really fun, experimental. Lots of things end up being kind of trial and error, trying to figure out how we can convert something like, you know, a sculpted clay mask or a terracotta bowl into something that would be made out of glass. Just because they work very differently, and glass is a lot different than clay would be, right? So, yeah. What's up? You're gonna have to yell at me. Oh, there's a big fan up there. If you look closely, you can see there's a big fan moving in there. So it helps make sure that the temperature in here doesn't get too hot, because a lot of people don't realize that these big round chambers that are glowing at you right now are actually 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So they are really super, super hot. And so part of the way that we make sure that everybody stays pretty cool is we have all these vents and fans at the bottom here that kind of blow air, and then it helps it go upwards so that we aren't all, you know, sweating and boiling in here. So I'll run over some of the, I guess, important things within our hot shop, just so that everybody has this kind of overview of what we're using and how we use it. So one of the most important things in the hot shop, of course, where we get our glass from, is going to be our glass furnace. So this is the big one with the door on it. You can see one of our glass blowers, Ben, is going inside of that glass furnace now. As he's inside, he's rotating the pipe to collect some of that molten glass onto the end of it. And when he comes out, he has this fresh, hot glass on the end of his pipe. So the glass furnace runs 24/7. We actually never turn them off, and we have two of them in our hot shop so that we can kind of rotate between the two. So when one of them starts to get empty, the other one is hopefully filled. And these are extremely hot. I mean, it's about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass that can be housed inside of this glass furnace. And all of the glass inside of there is completely clear. So all of our glass that we get out of the glass furnace is going to be clear. And then if we want to color the glass, we actually have to go in and do it manually. The other important thing in the hot shop that we use very frequently to make sure our glass doesn't start to cool down too fast is the glory hole. So once again, these big round chambers that are glowing right at you and definitely are a little bit hard to look into. That's the glory hole. Again, they're about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they just allow us to keep our glass hot. If we didn't have these to keep reheating our glass, we would have cracking, breaking, and ultimately we wouldn't have any finished pieces because we would have no way to keep the glass hot. The other things that you're going to see are like the tools that they're using at the bench, which I'll kind of go over while they're using them so you can kind of get a better picture. Right now, he's actually using what we call these cork paddles, and they're able to kind of flatten certain surfaces. We apply a little bit of pressure with them to flatten the glass, to shape it, help sculpt it. The other thing in our hot shop that is really, really important is going to be these big black boxes that you see on either side of the hot shop. These are what we call the annealers. This is where we put our pieces once they're finished. So when the glass is done, when we finished a piece, we put it inside of the annealer, and it allows the glass to slowly cool down in a controlled environment. Because if we were to try and let the glass sit out in this environment and cool down, it would actually shatter and break because it would be too rapid. So usually it's an overnight cool down, about 12 hours. The glass will sit inside this annealer and the temperature will slowly tick down. It starts at about like close to 1,000 degrees, more like 950, and then we'll slowly drop temperature over that 12-hour period of time. Otherwise, we have the pipes, of course. We have solid pipes, what we call punties, and these don't blow air into the glass. They are just solid pipes that we can get glass onto to sculpt things. And then we have the blow pipes that actually have the hollow space that runs through the entire length of the pipe. And that allows us to then be able to blow air into one end of the pipe and it enter the glass and start to inflate it. We're going to be able to see how our glass blowers kind of stretch this glass and then apply it to create these curves on this rod, creating those loops for the handles of what we're going to be making, that bowl. So once again, we're going in with a pipe into the glass furnace, getting a little bit of glass on the end of the pipe. And then we're going to be able to see how we actually color our glass. In our scenario for today, we're using something that we call frit, but I'll tell you about all three ways that we typically color glass. So one of the main ways is going to be through a concentrated bar of colored glass. This is what we call a color bar. Usually they come really long, and then we kind of break them into these smaller bite-sized pieces. And then we can heat this up in the garage, like I mentioned earlier. It kind of preheats this so that we don't shock it with heat, and then it causes it to break. So we preheat this, and then we start heating it up all the way, and then we can actually drip this onto the surface of the clear glass to color an entire piece. It gives us a very consistent color, and they come in all different shades, and this one's like a transparent red, so you would actually still be able to see through it, but a lot of other colors can be opaque, kind of just like, you know, the difference between maybe a watercolor and an acrylic paint, right? One you can kind of see through while the other you can't. Then there's the frit, which is like a crushed up version of this bar. So you can imagine it's kind of chunky, a little bit more like a rock texture. And we roll it onto the surface of the glass and then start melting it into the surface. We usually get quite a few coats, but what the frit does is it actually creates variation in the color. So it doesn't make it one consistent solid color, but it still allows us to see some of that clear glass coming through. And then last but not least is going to be a powder form. So you can imagine we're basically taking the glass back to its roots, making it sandy once again, and we can also use that by patting it and kind of letting it stick to the surface of the glass. I really wish I could hear you, but I got fans in my face. If you can touch it, I wouldn't. You want to touch this? Yeah, you can come and touch this. I was going to say, you definitely don't want to touch the hot stuff. Isn't it? Anybody else want to hold it or touch it while I have it? You want to? So I'm being asked, how do we make these color bars that we're kind of passing around, letting people see? So the way that we make color in glass is actually minerals. So we add different minerals to the glass, and that then therefore gives it its color because of its reaction. So my best example I can give you is like if you put cobalt into glass, it'll give you a cobalt blue. So you'll get this blue color because that's how the cobalt reacts to the heat and also just the formula of the glass. And then you get this blue color. So colors are made from minerals. The color bars, we actually outsource. We get them from a company called Olympic Color Rods, usually. And they make, we don't make any of our own color here, because you can imagine that'd be pretty complicated. So we actually outsource most of it, and they have like a huge rainbow collection of all kinds of amazing colors. I mean, their store is like, it's like walking into a candy store because it's just like colors everywhere. But they come in these pretty long rods, and sometimes they'll sponsor the museum and they'll gift us color and stuff like that, especially for like artists that may be coming and people who want to use a lot of colors. But the color can make things really challenging. Thank you so much. Just because since they're minerals, they're going to affect on a scientific level how the glass behaves. So some colors are described as being stiffer, meaning they end up rising that melting temperature, making it harder to work with it, while other colors may be very loose and flowy, and so then they make it a lot harder to work with the glass or blow a bubble in it. So yeah, color adds a lot of really interesting behaviors to the glass. So we're going to see how we actually make a transition onto a new pipe just there. So oftentimes in glass blowing, we have to actually make a transfer from one pipe to another, especially when we're working on a blown piece that's on a blowpipe. Eventually, we're going to have to rotate the entire piece so we can start opening up what we have created, what we have blown. And so we will actually attach a pipe onto the opposite side and then break it off of its original pipe to be able to work with that other end that previously we did not have the access to. This is something that we're going to definitely be doing when we start making the bowl that we're going to have, this large bowl, because we'll blow it and we'll create this big bubble, and then eventually we'll want to actually have access to where that opening is to the inside of that bubble. And so transitioning onto a new pipe is definitely always fun to watch. It's a pretty high stress moment just because you get to watch them actually kind of like break it off of this pipe. But it's something that we do frequently do to be able to work with another end of the glass. In our case for these handles, he actually wanted to get it onto a new pipe so that we could cut it into a semicircle and then actually create this part of the handle. So you can see he's going in and sculpting it and getting rid of some of those edges. That's a great question. I get that question all the time. So the glass on the ground at times can be recycled and reused. If it is colored and has been near color, there's too much risk of like cross-contamination and issues with it mixing with the clear, because we want to make sure that our clear glass inside of our glass furnace stays clear. So in the past, I know we've had like local small kind of artists come in and pick through our, recycled pieces that we can't use that are colored so that they can create their own artwork out of it. But oftentimes, unfortunately, anything that's colored and ends up on the floor, we don't always have the opportunity to find a way to reuse it. I also often have people ask me if they can have the glass that's on the floor. And I always have to tell people that one of the most dangerous things about glass is hot glass looks like it's cold. So even though that glass on the floor may look like it's cooled down and it's not dangerous, it's still probably over like 1,000 degrees. It's just not glowing anymore. It's not kind of radiating that heat at you. And so it looks like it is now cooled down. But what we'll also see is that some of this glass that's cooling down at a rapid rate is actually going to start popping and kind of shattering and breaking. And that's another reason why I can't go pick it up and like hand it to you, is because we don't want it to then pop in your face and somebody get hurt. So all that glass will actually hang out on the floor until the end of the day when we finally kind of scoop it up and put it away. So we are starting on a blowpipe now. We have a blowpipe that we have grabbed and actually heated up the end. And we're going into that glass furnace, getting ready to get that first gather, as we call it, of glass onto our blowpipe. So you'll notice that the blowpipe is actually a lot thicker than what we were using previously, the solid pipes that we were using. And you'll see that it's able to gather a lot more and grab up a lot more glass on the end of it. You're going to see Sarah, our glass blower with the blowpipe, beginning to roll out that glass on what we call the Marver table. This is helping give it shape and also just smoothing out the edges of where it's connected to the pipe. And then in a moment here, you're going to be able to see how we actually get that air bubble started. Sarah goes ahead and she blows into the end of the pipe, and then she puts her thumb on it to do this technique that we call capping. And this is creating pressure that then pushes that air through the pipe and into the glass, creating that small bubble that we want inside. And this is how you start it. This is the starting technique of getting that bubble inside. If you look closely up at the top, you can see where that air bubble has planted itself inside of the glass. She's now going to actually let it kind of cool down a little bit, because what we want to do is actually build up some layers. We want to get quite a lot of glass on the end of the pipe for us to be able to work with to create this pretty large bowl structure. And then for those of you over on this side, you're going to see a pretty good view as we go over to cool down that pipe. So, of course, we're working with over 2,000 degree heat. You are thinking, how are they not wearing gloves? How are their hands not burning off? We use stainless steel pipes. And these steel pipes are low heat transfer, and they also don't make a chemical bond with the glass. So those are the two reasons why we use these steel tools and pipes. That doesn't mean they don't get heat on them. Of course, at some point, you know, the heat is going to start to transfer, but it stays within a pretty small radius of that pipe and doesn't start to travel down the entire length of the pipe. But after a gather in the glass furnace where the temperature is very condensed, the pipe will start to get hot a little bit kind of lower down than we really want it to, especially because if you think about it, all of the weight is being dispersed onto one side of the pipe, and so having a grip higher up is going to be easier to manage it and not take on all of that weight. So you might see she's going in and actually kind of using her tweezers and picking at the glass and cutting away at it. This is just because there must have been some sort of air bubbles in the surface, and so she's trying to remove any of those air bubbles. One of the ways that we can also try to kind of prevent this is we can spray the inside of the glass furnace with a little bit of water. And when we spray inside of that glass furnace with the water, it kind of makes those air bubbles come to the surface and be removed. The other way is just to go in and actually pick them out by hand and cut them out. And again, going back over to that water trough to cool down the pipe, it just kind of spits water up onto the pipe, allows it to cool down. So she's now spending quite a bit of time inside of that glory hole just to kind of get a lot of heat back onto that glass. This is so that she can begin the process of kind of shaping and getting the glass to become even across the entire pipe and the bubble now that we have established. We also want to make sure that the heat across the entire glass is relatively the same. We don't want a certain spot to be hotter than the rest, because as we start to blow air into it, if one part is hot and the rest is a little bit cooler, the air is going to go to that hot spot, and then we'll end up with like a lopsided bubble, and we would have to probably start over. So the beginning of the process of making a larger blown piece can be a little bit tedious and time consuming. But you'll be able to watch as we continue to build up the layers and get quite a lot of glass on the end of our pipe to be able to work with. She's now using this wooden tool that we call a block. We keep this tool soaked in water at all times because we don't want to burn the wood. And again, it's allowing us to get this really rounded shape, making sure that we have an even amount of glass around the entire pipe, trying to make sure that heat across the entire surface is relatively the same. So for those of you that may not know or weren't here when we talked about it, we are working on this bowl structure that there's a drawing of over here. So you can see it's going to be this pretty large bowl. And then on the sides, we actually have these kind of chain-linked handles that we already pre-made. So those have been pre-made and they've been put away inside of this garage. This is where they're safely hanging out for when we're ready for them. But we're working on now the bowl, and then we'll be adorning it with all those smaller details once we have the structure formed. So right now it's just going to be a little bit of kind of just getting it started. Like I said, the beginning is a little bit of a tedious job just because it's a lot of trying to make sure the glass is building up that mass, and we're also trying to keep the shape really nice and even so that when we start to blow air into it, it doesn't go all lopsided. We're actually going in for that third gather of glass now. So we're starting to slowly build up how much glass we have on the end of the pipe. To make a larger bowl like this, it's going to take quite a bit of glass. Yeah, how long will it take to make a bowl like this? In my mind, if we're talking start to end with the preparation of the handles going on the side and the details on the outside, we're looking at what could potentially be like an hour or maybe an hour and a half. I wouldn't even say maybe not an hour and a half. But like between that time frame, it takes a little bit of time to create those smaller details to be ready. And then if you look at the bowl, you can see that it has these kind of little patternings on it, which is going to take us a little bit of extra time to get those details right. To make a bowl like this on its own without any of the special, details or the handles on it, it would probably take them maybe 20 minutes. I also want to say I love that so many of you have gone and gotten a little bit of like this bird's eye view. I always try to encourage people, especially when we're at this bench here, to go up, take a little walk around and look at it from the kind of upper perspective, because you can really start to see how the glass kind of moves and what tools we're using on a little bit of a closer kind of sneak peek versus like, of course, I mean, the screen is amazing. You can get such a nice view, but being able to kind of walk up this way and get that view down onto the glass floors is definitely something I always tell people to go and do. So in the center bench, you'll notice that we have a solid pipe. This is not a blowpipe. It's very thick, just like our blowpipe is. And we have a little bit of glass on the end of it that we have rolled out and shaped. This is what's going to be the pipe that we transition onto later on. But what's important about this puntee in particular is we call it a cold core puntee. This is because we get the glass on it now, but then we're going to actually put it away until we're ready for it, so that that glass starts to kind of harden a little bit more. And then what we'll do is we'll actually get even more glass back on top of it right before we attach it on to transition onto that new pipe. So you can already see the glass starting to cool down quite a bit as that kind of glowing goes away. And then it's just going to get put away and kind of hang out and wait in our garage until we are actually ready to use it. But when we're working with quite a lot of glass, we always want to make sure that we have a really strong puntee to be able to transition onto. You'll see Sarah just went ahead and did a strip gather. This is when we actually allow some of that glass that we just gathered to strip off of the surface, creating a little bit of a thinner layer of glass instead of trying to pick up, all that new weight. We just want to make sure that we're getting a thinner layer, so we'll actually allow some of that glass just to come right off. And then once again, cooling down that pipe. And I mean, within minutes, we've pretty much doubled in size. So we have transitioned over to our middle bench because we're starting the process of blowing up all of this glass that we have. We're starting to expand how big it is. And we're also going to begin the process of shaping out that bowl a little bit more. Do you have a question? It's always hard to know because it's gonna feel heavier than it actually is because it's on the end of a stick, right? So all that weight is on one end. It's not evenly dispersed on either side. But I mean, I would assume we're looking at maybe like 15 pounds of glass, probably 10, 15. I don't know. It's really hard to tell unless you actually go and like pick it up. And then the pipe, of course, is like another like pound or two. It's kind of almost the same weight as like a dumbbell bar. So you'll see we're actually heating up one of these steel tools that we use called the jacks. And then we actually lubricate them a little bit with wax. So melted wax goes onto those prongs of the jacks so that we don't get any of that nasty scraping of glass sound. And it also makes it easier for the tool to kind of just glide on the surface. But you'll see we're going to start to apply some pressure and begin pinching the glass up towards where it meets the pipe. This is creating what we call the jack line. This is extremely important. It's crucial to being able to eventually break this piece off of the pipe. And you'll see by just applying that pressure and pinching, we're creating a thinner spot in the glass. We're creating a weak spot in the glass, or what you can consider kind of like the neckline of the piece. So this location that we just made kind of come into itself is where we will be breaking it off of the pipe from. We're going to continue blowing air into this piece. You'll notice that our glass blower, Gabe, who's sitting at the bench, is using these newspapers. This is a stack of newspapers that we keep soaked with water that they can use to actually kind of shape and manipulate the glass. And it actually can feel like the bare hand is kind of changing and shaping the glass. So I was just kind of talking about how our glass blowers don't often get injured, and that's just because, I mean, they've been doing this for a really long time now. This is their career. But also because most of the time they don't burn themselves on the glass itself, but more so their tools. So if you're not paying attention, you accidentally grab your tools in the wrong location, that's when a burn may happen. Yes, so the glass blowers that you're seeing working right now are our Museum of Glass blowers. Two of them have been here since the museum opened. The other one joined shortly after, so they have been here for, almost 20 plus years. And I always tell people, like, yes, this is their 9 to 5. They're here and they work a whole day, and this is how they make their living. Yeah, so in our case today, it's all coming from the visiting artist. So she's the one coming in with the drawings and the ideas, and then we just bring it to life with her. So she's like the creative direction, and you'll see she's going to be watching the whole time. Yeah, she's the one with the long braid in her hair. And so she's the one that comes in and brings all of her ideas. Like you can see down here, she has some of her drawings on display. The drawing that's up on the wall of the bowl is hers. So she came in with all of these pre-planned ideas, and then we kind of just are here to help bring it into glass. And she kind of gets to stand back and watch and make small critiques here and there and make sure that it's kind of capturing her vision. So you'll notice that we went from this very like balloon shape to this more kind of oblong cylinder, almost a cylinder. It's a little bit rounded on the ends. So we're starting to get the shape that we're looking for to eventually turn into that bowl. But a lot of the further shaping that's going to happen to the other side won't be done until we have transitioned onto that new pipe, just because we want to have access to the inside to actually push those walls outwards, because by blowing air into it, we aren't going to actually achieve that by getting those walls to kind of fan out. You will notice that our glass blower at the bench has put on a protective sleeve and a glove now. This is because as the piece starts to grow in size, the heat that's radiating off of it becomes a lot more intense. So they sometimes start to put on these sleeves just to protect their bare skin, and then of course a glove on their hand, so that as they're starting to get pretty close to that glass, they aren't starting to get all of that heat radiating onto them. One of the other ways that we can protect one another in glass when we're working with a larger piece is going to be using a wooden paddle. So you'll see he has this wooden paddle, and he can actually use that to shield the other glass blower by putting it in a certain location to block the glass from the arm. Right now, we're using the paddle to actually create a flat bottom. So this is where the bowl would actually be able to rest on a surface. And so now you can see how he's kind of protecting his own hand as he's using that air gun. He's using that paddle just to protect his knuckles and his hand from the heat of that glass that's coming off. So I know this may look like a fun party trick that he's trying to show off, but really this is one of an important technique that we can use. By holding it up towards the sky, we're allowing the glass to actually let gravity kind of take control of it and make it squat down on itself. We can also do the opposite thing by holding it down to the floor, and it'll actually stretch that glass. you'll see we're starting to use that blowtorch to apply some heat back onto the piece. And I am assuming that pretty soon here we're going to be getting ready to go onto that new pipe. So for those of you that may be just joining us, we're working on this large bowl. We actually have a drawing of it up on the panel wall right here, if you can kind of see right by that large chamber that's glowing. There's a nice little drawing of what we're working on. You'll see it right there. Our glass floors are right next to it. And it has these little handles on it on the side that are kind of rings, and then some of these patterning on the outside as well. So we're working on the bowl, and we're getting pretty close to getting ready to transition onto our new pipe so we can start to open it up. And then we'll start adding all those smaller, finer details onto the bowl. So we can actually see how we were able to affect the shape of the bowl by kind of holding it up in the air and letting it kind of squat down on itself. It went from being pretty long and cylindrical to more kind of squished down, and it now kind of bellows on the edges. So those of you that were here previously, quite a while ago, you may remember that we put a pipe with a little bit of glass on the end of it inside of this garage. So for those of you that are just joining us, welcome in. We have a punty, as we call it, that we put some glass on the end of, and then we let it sit inside of this garage. So this big silver box. You're going to see him pull it out now, and you're going to notice that that glass isn't glowing hot right now. The glass on the end of that pipe is actually pretty cold. And we did that so that we can have a really nice structured core so that we can actually hold all of the weight of this piece on this new pipe. So you're going to see he's going to give it a little bit of heat so that we can go and get a new fresh layer of glass on top of this already cooled down glass. Of course, when I say cooled down glass, I mean it's still about like 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But in our case right now, it is acting as kind of the foundation to make sure that when we are transitioning this very heavy bowl onto this new pipe, our glass will be strong enough to hold all of its weight. If the glass were fresh and super hot, we might have issues of it wanting to kind of fall off, or issues with controlling all of that weight. So he's getting a fresh layer of glass onto the end of that puntee. And now you can really tell the difference between how hot glass when it's at the 2,300 degree mark versus quote unquote cold glass when it's at that 1,000 degree mark, and how they look different. How that hot glass is really glowing, even though it doesn't have any color to it, and it is completely clear. So we are getting close to probably one of the most exciting parts in glass blowing, when we actually get to see this piece get broken off of the pipe and go on to a new one. So earlier, when we kind of first brought the piece over here to the center bench, we created something called a jackline. This is a weak spot in the glass. It's that thin area. It's kind of like the neckline of the bowl. And we specifically created that because that's where we're going to be creating even more of a weak spot to break it off at that location. So he's taking a little piece of glass to actually mark a circle onto the bottom of where we're going to be attaching that new pipe on. You'll see we're kind of sticking them together now. We're going to make sure that the connection between the two is really nice and solid, because we're, again, switching quite a lot of weight from one pipe to the other. And then we're going to start the process of weakening that jackline even more. So he's going to blowtorch it, adding a little bit more heat back onto it. We want to make sure that this part of the glass is really nice and warm. And then you're going to see he's going to add a little bit of water. What this does is create some small cracks in the surface of the glass, and then we're going to tap it off, sending vibration through the pipe to break it off. And just like that, we're on to the next pipe, and we're able to start working with the glass from the other side. So all of the steps that we took, they were all just trying to weaken a specific area in the glass. We weren't trying to weaken any other spot in our bowl, because we don't want it to break in any other location. We want a controlled break in one particular spot. And so we make sure that it's thinner than the rest, that we've cracked the surface with that water, and then when we tap on that pipe, those vibrations that get sent through is actually what causes it to break in that location. You'll see now we're actually just making some quick adjustments to the placement while that glass on that pipe is still a little bit hot. We always just want to make sure that our piece is centered on the pipe and that we aren't, lopsided in any way, because we want to make sure that everything that we're doing is going to become and be able to become symmetrical instead of it already being off to the side a little bit. So we always want to make sure that that pipe is centered in the piece. So the next part of our process is we're going to be heating up that other side of the glass, the lip to the bowl. We're going to heat it up really nice and hot, because what we're going to do is we're actually going to start pulling it out and away from the rest of the piece and then trimming it away. So we're going to be using what we call shears. They're basically like big metal scissors that you can use to cut glass. And that's going to allow us to actually cut away and trim some of that glass that we don't want. It can help us get a pretty even lip line, and also just remove any excess glass that we maybe don't need. All right, so you'll see we're going to go in with those tweezers and begin pinching at that opening. Again, trying to separate it and kind of pull it away from the rest of the piece. You'll see that wooden paddle is coming in handy again, because we're protecting one another, making sure that our skin isn't being exposed to that hot glass. So we're going to give it another heat. We're going to try and get quite a bit of heat on the front half of the piece so that we can then next time go in and actually trim away that excess. So we'll now get to watch as that glass gets cut off and away from the bowl. So the next step in our process that we're going to be completing is just starting to open up those walls to create that open mouth shape of the bowl that we're looking for. So this is going to be just a lot of kind of getting heat, coming back, shaping it, and kind of repeating that process until we get that shape that we're looking for, that our visiting artist is hoping to get. I also want to remind everyone that if you haven't walked through our galleries yet, it's definitely worth the time and the energy. We have some beautiful things up on display, even just in our main lobby area. I was surprised and shocked when I first came walking through because there's tons of beautiful things to see right now. And then as well, we have the galleries that are here at the museum that I just really think you should go and take a look at. There's a beautiful display of all these handmade glass bugs right now. They're so incredibly detailed. And they just look like real bugs. So I just think taking a look at them is definitely worth your time. So we are attaching these wheels onto the bench. This is so that we can spin and rotate the pipe in one spot and at a pretty fast speed so that we can start to push those walls out. Just because of how big the piece is, it would be pretty challenging to do it with just, the space of the bench. So being able to spin it in one spot and get those walls to be pushed outwards is going to be really helpful. And you'll see by just applying a little bit of pressure, we're starting to push those walls outward. So for those of you that did not hear yet, we are here with a visiting artist today. So Priscilla, she has the beautiful braid in her hair. She's our visiting artist. She's on like a residency Yeah, she's in the all black with the braid. So she came in with the creative ideas, and then our hot shop, our staff of glassblowers, help her bring those ideas to life in glass. So we actually have some of her drawings down here on this table. And then, of course, the bowl that we're working on, the drawing is up on that little wall there. So this is what our glassblowers are following. They actually have an artistic reference from our visiting artist, Priscilla. And they're able to, you know, make sure that she is seeing it and kind of giving her critiques to it as well, as they are starting to really flesh out the actual shape of this bowl now. We also have those, if you look close at the drawing, you can see these little loops on the end that are kind of the handles to the bowl that we actually pre-made. So we created these, about an hour or so ago, and they've been sitting inside of this big silver box. This is what we call the garage. This garage is at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it keeps the glass at this kind of perfect temperature where it's not getting too hot nor too cold. And so we're able to store pieces in here that we're going to be using later. And it saves us a little bit of time because we don't want to be worrying about the bowl breaking while we're trying to make all of those extra pieces. It's nice to just have them already ready to go. So all we have to do is actually pull these out, heat them up, and then begin attaching them. So shortly here, we're going to be adding any of the embellishments to the bowl, any of the kind of patterning and detailing that you see drawn on, as well as those handles on the sides. Tacoma. Yeah, so our visiting artist is originally born in Mexico, but she is a Tacoma, Washington artist. We get applications, from all over the world, but she just so happens to be from our area. Can we actually show the artist slideshow as well? This will give you a pretty good look at the previous artwork that she creates as well. She does not work in glass. She actually works with ceramics. But one of the cool things about the museum is that we kind of get these applications from all kinds of artists, and then we bring their artwork to the glass world. There's a slide that actually gives you a little bio about her, and also gives you her Instagram handle. There it is. So she's married. It also just gives you a little bit of info about what she kind of is inspired by, what her work is inspired by. Yeah, and then of course you can go and check her out on that Instagram handle if you want to see maybe some of her artwork over there. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you for the slideshow. We can go back to the hot shop. Thank you. So we had a little bit of a break. That's okay, it happens. Glass is, you know, glass, so it's sometimes going to have cracks and breaks. That's okay, we're able to go ahead and do it again. I do think they always kind of make some extras just in case, because you never know what's going to happen. Also, it's definitely not an easy technique, getting that kind of circle to loop in there and then attach it without anything kind of hitting each other or creating little cracks, because every kind of little movement can cause kind of irritation between the glass and cause it to start to crack. Did you kind of see it before it broke? It was like one big half circle and then a big loop with it. So the drawing makes it look like they're kind of smushed and close together, but really there is quite a lot of gap. Yes, yeah. It will freely be able to move, which is part of the challenge of getting it to get on there without anything breaking, yeah. Also, sometimes it's just about getting the proper amount of heat. We usually use like a pretty hot torch that is different than the blowtorch that they're using. So you can see we have the big, loud blowtorch, but we also have this smaller torch that we can use for more specific areas to really heat it up. And sometimes if we just don't heat it up enough, or we give too much time in between to let that glass start to cool back down, there actually won't be any connection being made. They won't be sticking to each other. So another thing that's really important in glass blowing is the communication that's happening between the glass blowers. I think a lot of people don't realize how much of a kind of team-oriented profession and art form it is. So it looks like we're attaching on that first loop, but we're only attaching one of the sides, and then we're kind of letting it sit back a little so we still have an opening to be able to bring that other loop through. That one was successful. We were able to break it off of its pipe, and it is now attached to the bowl. So we're pulling out that full circle, and we're going to be adding it on now. You can see we're grabbing it up, and then we're just going to slip it right inside. Unfortunately, it did get dropped. So we are going to have to try and either figure out a way to kind of move between the two. Luckily, we do still have some in our garage, so I think they're going to just keep trying again until we can get it. So it looks like we're swapping out what tool we're also using to pick up the ring. But really, this just goes to show that these smaller, kind of detailed, very small pieces of glass that are no longer attached to a pipe, but are their own separate individual pieces, just how hard they are to work with, to place properly, to get in the right location, and even just to pick up. I mean, glass is kind of slippery, right? Like, it's not got any texture to it, so gripping it can be really hard. Oh my God, let's celebrate that for a moment. So hopefully they can actually get it to separate off of the bowl, because we don't want it to be stuck onto the bowl. But because of that hot torch trying to get that ring to close, oh, so it sounds like our glass blowers have kind of ultimately decided that it's best if we only do two on, either side. We have one on either side, just because having all of that glass being kind of free moving and rattling everywhere is a little bit kind of making my heart rate rise a little bit more. So we'll see how they decide to go about this next one. We're going to kind of follow the same steps as applying that first loop, that half circle onto the side, keeping it open so that we can kind of slip that other full circle inside of it. And you'll notice that right now that ring isn't like fully free moving, and that's just because of, the heat, and right now it's not gonna kind of just stay loose and keep moving, which honestly is probably a good thing for the time being. But once it's finished and actually is getting broken off of the pipe and the piece is called done, it will hopefully break loose and actually be free moving again. So you'll notice that they only heated up one of the sides of that half circle again so that we can just make the connection on the one side and still have an opening for us to be able to slip that other ring inside of it. They're leaving a little bit of extra room this time, so there's no kind of difficulty with trying to slide that other ring in like we did with the last one. So we have brought out that full circle from the garage, gave it a little flash, and we're going to get ready to go ahead and grab it up and attach it. And then we're going to torch the other side of that half circle and attach it down and onto the bowl. So that's, I think, what mostly our glass blowers have been worried about, especially if we were to have double the amount that we have. Glass that is kind of free moving and is cooled and now isn't like, you know, soft and molten is gonna harden, right? And so when it starts to hit on itself or other parts, it doesn't know anything else other than to just crack and break. So it's almost like we want it to be stuck in place for the time being, but the moment that it does kind of disconnect itself and have that ability to move freely is when we're running into the most issues. Of course, the breaking doesn't mean that our glass blowers give up. So they always just keep on going until they don't have any more of the parts already made. Luckily, they still have the parts that they're able to use to make these rings. And they're just going to keep going and trying until they basically can't anymore. One thing about glass blowers is they tend to be pretty stubborn about stuff. So. All right, so we're gonna attempt it once again. We have that half ring, and we're gonna go ahead and connect it onto the bowl. We're making sure to put it in the same location where the previous one had just broken off. So we can all see that our glass blowers are wanting to finish this as quickly as possible now that they are both on and intact. So we have one of our glass blowers getting dressed in some protective clothing so that she can actually carry it to the annealer. Meanwhile, we are starting to prepare for the bowl to be broken off of its pipe. So we're going to be making sure that that back half of the bowl where the glass is connected to the pipe is getting pretty warm, because we want to make sure that it's going to be reactive to the water that we apply to it. And actually, we want to see like a little bit of movement in that joint and that glass that's connected to the bottom of the bowl. There's also a chance that they may have just decided to kind of leave it out for now, since this is definitely going to be a piece that they kind of have to find solutions for and kind of work through, just because her original design we can't fully recreate. Those handles are a little too risky, but they are talking about actually decreasing the size of that first half circle so that it doesn't have as much room to move, right? So no, they will be. Yeah. They'll stay how they are. Nothing will change about it once we put it away. All that's going to happen is that it's just going to cool down, and then we can go in and actually grind away where the pipe was connected and adding any other finishing touches that our artists may want. So this is going to be fun to see how they decide the best way to grab onto it is, since we do carry the piece by hand back to the annealer. We'll be walking it over to the annealer on the left side of the hot shop. So you'll see he's going in with these big scissors, basically. They're shears, and kind of just chomping and applying some pressure to that point where we want it to break off. We're just like getting it prepared. We want it to break off in that one location. We don't want anything else to break when we go to tap it off. Yeah, we're adding a little bit of water. Yeah. Creating those cracks in the surface of the glass so that we can go ahead and get ready to tap it off. You'll see our glass blower is ready to actually grab a hold of it and carry it away. Off it goes to the annealer to be safely put away. And it sounds like we got the handles loose. Round of applause.
Hello.
All right, so I've been just kind of letting you guys enjoy the glass blowing and not really kind of coming in and talking too much. But we are getting pretty close to our 5 o'clock hour. So I do have to ask that you guys start kind of rolling your way out of here. My security people would appreciate it a lot. But thanks for coming in, and hopefully we'll see you again sometime soon.